Any progress?
Hey, everybody. You guys got some good rest and everything. And let's go ahead and hit the ground running. So with that, let's go to the top of page 9, which is segment number 5. And here is the, in this set of protocols is the only time we're really using a blend. And this blend was made to reduce agitation in PTSD, but it also works for abandonment as well. PTSD and abandonment, you could say they're kissing cousins. They know each other really, really well. And so with that, when you go through and you start reducing the stress response, part of what you're needing to do, especially with traumatic stress being very different than normal stress. Traumatic stress starts to change the way you think, change the way you feel. Like it's more than just normal stress where you're maybe being pushed out of bounds or having to deal with change. This is starting to be something that is starting to be traumatic. Traumatic simply means there's a change of perception. For example, it could be just something as simple as, I thought I was more safe in the world. Something bad happens and the perception is I'm way more vulnerable than I realized. And so, it might be accurate, it might be inaccurate, but perception has changed. Thought processes change. You start then changing the way you think, and the tendency is with PTSD is to also become more easily triggered or to have like an increase in the startle response. I've seen it to where somebody even sees like the startle response I'm talking about, where somebody's like, okay, hey, I'm walking up, I'm behind you. And then the person will go, okay. And then they will touch them on the shoulder and they'll still like jump. And they'll go like, oh, I knew you were there, but it's still like, there's still the startle response. And so that is excessive amounts of stress. So traumatic stress tends to be more in the psychological realm. It has some physiological issues. The physiological issue is with PTSD is brain fatigue. Basically PTSD is a brain fatigue syndrome. Then you start to have what you would call toxic stress. And toxic stress is stress that is so intense that it actually starts to shift and change your physiology. So this is actually even more intense than PTSD. And sometimes what people would call PTSD, it's actually toxic levels of stress, where it's starting to manipulate and change your physiology. A lot of times things either become hyperreactive or they start to shut down. Physical functions start to shut down. And so with that, here with abandonment, we can always go into that realm a little bit. But based on the treatment that we're laying out, this actually begins to even treat a lot of those kinds of symptoms. And so you don't really have to evaluate or diagnose or anything like that. If you just follow the steps in the protocol, it actually unwinds both kind of a PTSD, toxic stress, abandonment. It hits it all, but this is more focused on abandonment. And so with that, we are wanting to calm down some agitation. So we're going to use this blend, and then we're going to do another protocol after, and then we're going to come back to this blend. And remember, sometimes we're doing things in a sequence for a particular reason. Each of the segments stand on their own to a certain extent, but the sequence actually produces a very specific result. Like if you were trying to go and direct to certain parts of your body, like if you're trying to target your physiology, for example, and you were trying to use the oils, you could sit and put your attention on certain parts of your physiology, but some of it is really hard to keep your awareness there or even to find, right? And so by using the chakra patterns, it's a way of directing it to the part of your physiology or the part of your psyche without you having to visualize or direct it with your intention or your mind. And then the sequence of steps actually helps to direct it to an even greater degree. And so if you do things out of sequence, it still has an impact, but we're looking for maximum efficiency, right? Maximum efficiency. And maximum efficiency is pretty much in this sequence. Now, you can spread the sequence out over one segment a day for, a week or two. You can do one segment for a few days and then move to the next segment. But try to stick to the sequence of treatment, the sequence of the protocols to produce the most efficient result. Now, if you're working with people that aren't going to sit still for the whole patterns and everything, have them just inhale the oils, but in the order that we're talking about, the sequence that the booklet's laid out. And so, you can just make it so you go bay laurel and then tarragon and then root, and just have them inhale. Like they don't have to direct it anywhere. It will still have an impact. It'll be a bit slower, but, it still is helpful. And so sometimes when I was treating PTSD with oils, rarely did I have them directed to body parts or a sequence of chakras, because usually the people had no background in that. And sometimes their ability to sit and stay focused when they're in a traumatized state is difficult as well. So you have to factor that in, if you're treating other people. Not everybody is ready to sit down and do a weekend like the way you guys are. And so, you have to meet people where they're at, not try to get them to do something that, they're not ready for. And so with that, even as we go through and do this, if you start to get a little overwhelmed, it's completely okay just to sit back and go, I'm going to take a little bit of a breather. Or if you fall asleep, lean into it. Let your body rest and relax. Your body starts to go into repair mode. If you let go of a lot of stress, what starts to happen is your body is tired. A perfect example of this is a overstimulation of the adrenals, or the adrenals are hyperreactive, which means they can be fine, and then some little incident makes them go into fight flight very, very easily, right? And so as you go through and you calm these things down and you truly calm them down, it seems almost a little counterintuitive. You would say like, oh, I feel a little bit better. What happens a lot of times is you get really tired and you get really sleepy because you're not running on adrenaline anymore. When you're not running on adrenaline, sometimes even fatigue, you're starting to run on low-grade adrenaline, you calm the adrenals down and you go, oh, I'm going to feel better. Your body's functioning better, but then it goes, I need some sleep, I need some rest. And it can be sometimes a few weeks of just like, oh, I'm resting. And so, sometimes with my schedule, like I'll start to go, okay, I need a little bit of rest. I'm gonna take a week or two, and it ends up being maybe a month or two. Like, in my head, I think it's gonna be short, but when I start to go in repair mode, I try to let my body rest until it feels like it's done. You know what I mean? And so if your body starts to feel like it needs a little extra sleep for a little bit, let it have it. It's okay. It's not forever. It's just a right now thing. And when your body gets a little bit more regenerated, then you kind of start going back to a normal pattern. So a lot of times what happens after I've gone through and I've done some extra rest, I feel like, God, I just feel like I could sleep forever. A couple of weeks goes by, or maybe a month of just getting some extra rest here and there without setting my alarm. I'm up super early. I start doing things. I start, like naturally things start to regulate, and the alarm doesn't have to get me out of bed. Like that's one of the indicators for me, is when the alarm goes off and I don't want to get out of bed, probably needing a little bit of rest, right? Because when I feel rested, I don't need an alarm. I pop up at, whatever time of the morning. And so I just want to give you a little bit of a heads up as we go through and unwind some of these things. Think of this agitation as a kind of tension that's in the body. And a lot of times we're not aware of it until it's gone. And sometimes you'll just go like, oh, I feel relaxed, I feel tired, I feel sleepy, I feel like I could sleep a lot. All of these things are just your body healing itself, right? Some of it is psychological, a lot of it is physiological. And so, if the body's needing a little rest or you get a little sleepy, lean into it a little bit, take the opportunity, let your body unwind. Okay. So with that, Splendor is the blend that we're talking about. And it is designed specifically for reducing agitation in the body, especially for the stress response, the abandonment response, things of that nature. When there's intense emotions, like after the fact, the emotions might go away, but the body's still agitated. Now, the intense emotions could be other people's emotions. Think of a time when somebody came in and you were doing fine, they yelled at you or gave you whatever, and like afterwards you were feeling a little bit agitated. It wasn't your emotions, but the other person's emotions actually agitated your emotional body, and you still got to shake it off a little bit. The other thing that can do it is fatigue. Fatigue, pushing can actually start to agitate the system. And another one that can do it is watching the news. Watching the news, like social media, watching the news. When the social media thing started happening, many years ago, I wasn't that aware of it. I'm not a techie guy, so I wasn't really paying attention to it. And people started coming and they'd start talking about these conflicts. And I would start asking them how they were interacting, and they started talking about this Facebook thing. And I was like, I don't know what Facebook, like an email thing, this is many years ago. And so, at first I didn't really pay that much attention to it, but then I started noticing it started to become more and more common where people were having conflicts, but via Facebook. And I started noticing like once a month or two, I was having somebody who was having a serious issue with something that happened on Facebook. And then it started happening more and more, clients having issues with people. And so, things in the news, things on social media, sometimes even marketing is designed to agitate you a little bit for you to take some action. And so you got to be aware of it. If you want to understand what I'm talking about, watch a battery commercial. A battery commercial. The battery commercial usually shows you stuck on the side of the road and it's raining and it's dark and cars are zooming by, or your child's lost in the forest, or something horrible is happening, and your life will be better if you only had batteries. For the flashlight, for the little thing that the mother pushes for the child to come running out of the forest. And who cares about the batteries? What's that little thing that the pushes that makes that child come out of the forest? That's what I always want to know. But you have to take into account agitation is being thrown at you all the time. And so it's not like you're going to go, oh, I'm reduced it and I'm in a good place. Remember, it's always a process of good things happening and process of things where you could potentially be getting agitated and not even aware of it. Like it kind of catches up to you, right? You might notice it where you're having a hard time sleeping, you're starting to grind your teeth, or your jaw is starting to clench, your body's starting to get tight, your back could start hurting. Headaches could be another byproduct of it. Doesn't mean all these things are because of agitation, but these could be indicators, right? These could be indicators. You're going to have headaches for all kinds of reasons, one of them being agitation. All kinds of things that could cause headaches. There's actually almost 30 different kinds of headaches. And so with that, cleaning up agitation from time to time is just like cleaning the house, just doing some sort of maintenance. It's just something that needs to be done because you have a body, not because you're doing anything wrong, not because people are being weird around you. It's just you're in a society that is relatively fast paced. You might be in a job that is relatively fast paced. You might have people around you that are agitated as well. And just from time to time, for your own sanity, it's good to go through and just clean agitation up. Just clean it up so that it doesn't impact you. Once you start to clean it up, you start to notice when it starts to come up. In the kit, one of the things that we suggested for the class was basil. And basil is really good to do as maintenance in between this protocol. It's good doing a salt bath. You could take a couple drops internally. It's not necessarily something that's directly part of this protocol, but it's something that you can take a couple drops on a daily basis with some water, or take a salt bath, 10, 12 drops in water with about a pound of salt. The thing that is really good about basil is it unwinds the effects of stress. Just normal stress, any of the kinds of stress. It helps the body kind of get kick-started again. And the issue is it's also a cerebral stimulant, which means it helps to jumpstart your cognitive functions in your mind. And so, it's not necessary for these steps or these protocols, but it's good maintenance in between you doing these protocols. Right? It's good everyday maintenance. And as far as stress on cognitive functions and stress and how it affects the brain, if you unwind the agitation and you unwind, if there's PTSD, you unwind that somewhat. The best remedy to prevent and the best remedy to keep things functioning and the best remedy just to get everything started again is basil. Basil is amazing when it comes to that. And if you had a handful of oils, you could say basil should be one of them. I always have this joke. My favorite oil is the one in my hand. If you ask me, whatever I'm holding my hand, I go, this is one of my favorites. And then 10 minutes later, I'll have a different oil. This one's one of my favorites, right? And so, I love essential oils, obviously, but, there's a handful of oils, even if they're not in my hand, I go, but that one's a keeper. Basil should be one of those for you guys. It's inexpensive. It does a lot of different things. It's very cleansing. It's very stimulating to the cognitive functions of your mind. It's very antispasmodic. So if you have nerve pain in your body, you put some basil on the area. A lot of times it takes some of the spasm out. In the African tradition, they refer to basil as devil chaser. And the reason is that it breaks up the energy of thought, right? It doesn't break up thought forms, it breaks up the energy of thought. And so when you have stress thinking or, any sort of thinking that hasn't really necessarily generated a thought form yet, but you're starting to go down that road, basil actually cleans it up. And so that's why it's another reason why it's really super good for offsetting the effects of stress. If you want to, when you're under prolonged periods of stress, your thinking gets a little bit more erratic over a period of time. It's not that you have some personal issue. It is the effects of stress. It is, everybody's like that. The Dalai Lama would happen to. It would happen to anybody. And so the goal is to minimize stress. But if you know that you're in a stress state, then you go through and you treat it. For me, I don't even question it. I just go, stress state, start treating it, right? And so it helps to keep your mind and your thought processes from becoming erratic. Another way of saying erratic is your mind can just start to disorganize a little bit. And so when the mind is relatively organized, it's relatively calm, and it's easier to have like good meditation. It's easier to have good reflection. It's easier to have good contemplation, all those kinds of things. It's easier to problem solve when the mind is agitated or becomes a bit erratic, like overcoming obstacles, dealing with difficulty, problem solving. It becomes an issue, and it's because your mind's a lot like a German Shepherd. You'll be going, okay, I can do this. Squirrel. Oh, okay, but throw the ball. Your mind becomes very somewhat chaotic.
Yes.
Kind of like ADD, but not quite full blown ADD. And so basil is very helpful for that. Basil can even be used in the treatment for ADD. But if you find yourself like you're having a hard time staying on task, basil is very helpful, right? So with that, if they don't have splendor, with mugwort enemies, it would be good, or maybe even Palo Santo first. Okay, and so I'm going to guide you through this, and we're going to use that materialization breath, the breath where we inhale up, exhale, hold your breath down. We're going to be doing that at some point in this particular segment. So before we get rolling with the inhalation and everything, this is what I'd like you to do. Reflect on the things that you did yesterday morning at the beginning of the class before segment 1, where you reflected on certain situations where there was abandonment or agitation or incidences from the past, whatever that might be. Reflect on them and just check in with them. How do they feel? How does it make your body feel, your emotions, your mind? Where do your thoughts go as you sit and think of it? The situation doesn't change, but you start to change, your reaction starts to change, and you start to kind of shift and change within. When you do that, you're able to handle these situations much better, and the situation stops, causing you to be pushed out of balance. So just reflect on them for a moment. Remember how they felt yesterday and think about how they feel today. And so right off the bat, let's just have you take long, slow, deep breaths with the splendor. And we're not even going to follow a pattern just yet. Just take some long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, and give yourself a break. Just let it incubate for a moment. Just be still. Notice how your body starts to feel, your emotions, your mind. Now I want you to take some long, slow, deep breaths again, but reflect on those situations as you're inhaling. This is like a quick way, like if you need a little tune-up and you're in the middle of the workday or something, this is a way to give yourself just a quick little tune-up. Just pull out the splendor, start inhaling, and think of the situations around you. And then just be still, be aware. Just let it incubate. Begin inhaling again. And again, just reflect on the situation. And then just be still. Notice how you feel. Like if you check in with your body, your emotions, your mind, how do you feel? And if you check in with some of these situations where there's an issue, there's a conflict, there's agitation, um, there's some jerk, whoever it is, whatever it is, how does that feel? Okay, so now we're going to do a stronger version of that. That is something that's like a little quick first aid in the workplace or when you're busy or, you're in the middle of a situation. It's a way to treat something very quickly and slap a band-aid on it and do a little triage and wait till you get home or it's the weekend or something like that, right? Here's the stronger version. You don't need to think about anything. You don't need to visualize anything. All you need to do is just follow the mechanics of this segment. So you're going to begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain, on both sides of your brain. Okay, just be still, be aware, just let it go. You can keep your eyes closed or you can leave them open. It's okay, but just be still and just let it incubate. And, be a scientist. Notice what happens to your body, what happens to your emotions, what happens to your mind, your thoughts. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your brain. You're still inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain. And then just be still, be aware, just let go. And just let go. Begin inhaling again. Still, your awareness is on your brain. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. Notice your body, your emotions, your mind, your thoughts. Notice your breath. Put your awareness on your forehead and back head. So where your hairline is, and the back head, which is opposite your eyebrows. And take long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on both places at the same time, forehead and back head. Your awareness is still on the forehead and back head at the same time. Move your awareness to the heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the forehead and back head at the same time. Move your awareness to the front heart. Just let go. Okay, you're gonna put the oil to your chest, your head down. You're gonna inhale, like so. Hold your breath, head up, exhale. Head down, inhale, head up, exhale. Do about 7 or 8 more. And when you're done, just be still. To me, mindfulness and awareness. Notice your body, emotions, your mind, your thoughts. Oil back to your chest. Head down and do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And then once you're done, just be still. Just maintain your stillness and awareness. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. The spleen on the left-hand side below the ribs. The low back area, the Ming Men, the backside of your navel. In your crown, the top of your head. Just be still. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on the spleen, left-hand side below the ribs. Your awareness is on the spleen, the left-hand side below your ribs. Your low back opposite your navel on the back side. And then your crown, the top of your head. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the temples. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your temples. And be still, be aware, just let go. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the temples. Be still, be aware, just let go. Just let go of everything, just let go. Notice your body, your emotions. Notice your mind and your thoughts. Recall those situations that you did so long ago. How do they feel? How does your body respond? How are your thoughts? Why don't you write yourself some notes? If you had a realization or you just want to document how it was yesterday compared to today, write yourself some notes. Okay, let's share a little feedback. You can unmute yourself or type in.
Good morning, Greg and Samantha and all of the team, the helpers, the community. I want to answer your last question. It feels like I'm honoring myself and taking care of myself first, in reference to the thoughts or the situations that I was looking at prior to. And so I feel a lot, more empowered.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, what are the oils that are in Splendor, since you said it's a blend? I'm being nosy, forgive me.
Yeah, sure. I don't mind.
I'll post it.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. I'm loving it.
When it comes to that.
Okay. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Sam.
I'll make sure I'll repeat it for you guys.
Thanks again.
Go ahead, Brandy.
Hey, Greg. Morning. That was amazing. yesterday with the hyssop, I had some emotional releases. And
Yeah.
then with the splendor today, I also had some emotional and like very like physical releases, but gentle
Mhm.
physical releases compared to
Sure.
what I've experienced before. Um, but when you had us reflect, and so also crazy things coming through my brain during it.
Mhm.
And I just tried to watch because I thought, wow, how interesting these crazy thoughts and like, reels of movies from past things playing were connected to the abandonment. And at one point it was like I was Medusa, all these like I think it was when we were doing it was the brain, the very first part with the brain. It was like Medusa, all these energy entities like just exiting the brain. Like there's like these like they look like I don't know, like Medusa, energy worms coming out of my brain. But then it was interesting. I went through an emotional release, and then when you asked me to reflect, at first I had trouble bringing
Mhm.
up what I was thinking, and then I felt a warm feeling in my heart
Mhm.
and expansion in my heart, and all I saw was light,
Oh, good.
like lots of light. So I thought it was just it's really interesting going through the process of this is like what I would imagine going through, I don't know, 10 years of therapy or something to get to all the little things that came up and
Right.
out.
All the things being fleshed out.
Yeah.
The thing about the like the warm feeling in the heart or whatever is a lot of times what's happening is you go through and you calm these things down, is the emotions that might be affiliated with these different situations are shifting from lower emotions to higher emotions. They're basically being transmuted. And then, there's acceptance, there's integration, there's compassion, there's, forgiveness, whatever it is. But when it's stuck in lower emotions, it's really still those emotions of your physiology. It's an emanation from the basic chakra. And so if that energy is stuck, a lot of times what happens, if there's a lot of accumulated lower emotions, you have a hard time activating higher emotions. Like it becomes actually kind of difficult to activate the heart. It still can be done. It's just not as like intense or deep. But when you kind of calm the agitation down, they just start to like bubble up, and everything, you're already wired that way. So it just starts to boom, it just starts to activate. And so calming all of this down just allows your wiring of both your body and your mind to do what it does. You're already wired to do it. It's not like you're making something new or different happening. You're just cleaning out the pipes to allow things to flow, you know. And so like that feeling of the sensation in your chest, that is kind of a byproduct of that. And the issue is we all get accumulated lower emotions. I mean, it's part of just being alive. That's kind of never going to stop. And so that's why I was saying, just tune it up from time to time. Like everybody's predisposed to it. The Dalai Lama's got to do it. Everybody's got to do it. I don't know why I keep mentioning the Dalai Lama. Just probably because I love that guy. But everybody's got to do it. And so when you're feeling like you're not having a good sense of well-being, or it's hard to feel activation during meditation, or patience and tolerance to situations or the people around you, a lot of times it's not that you're becoming intolerant or whatever. It's just lower emotions got stuck. That's a lot of times just all it is. And so, it was one of the things that, like, when I have my little conversations with Imaho, like he made this point like many years ago, and he said, there's actually very few people who come into the world as a bad person. He goes, it happens, but he said most times it's just a bunch of conditioning that just never gets unwound. You know, they end up in a bad place because of a lot of conditioning, a lot of, you know, he doesn't use this term lower emotions. He keeps using the word conditioning, but you know, conditioning is those lower responses. And so you can come up with ways of cleaning that up. I mean, you can change how you think it feel, but you can do that with clients and patients. But also you start interacting with the people around you very differently. And even if they're always in chaos, you don't have to engage that dance with them. Like you're able to step away, where sometimes you get stuck in these situations with somebody who might be in chaos or a situation or a workplace, and it's because it's a little bit entangling and it's got a lot of gravity, like a lot of gravity. And so it just allows you just to go, yeah, I'm not going to do that, you know, because the entanglement comes from the lower emotions. And so if you know that's what it is, then you're able to detach from it. You know, I mean, detachment or detachment is actually just the ability to clear out lower emotions and step away. You know, that's all it is. It's just the ability to step away. And that ability is tied to just cleaning up the lower emotions. Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, work can do it, fatigue can do it. You know, you could be processing something, it could be people around you, it could be, I mean, there's so many things that can cause those lower emotions to be generated. It's not important where they came from. I mean, every once in a while it is. The important thing is that you just clean them up. You know, they're just going to happen. It's just like every winter time, there's going to be rain. And if you live in certain parts of the country, there's going to be snow. It's not that that area is bad. It just rains sometimes. You know, same thing with lower emotions. Sometimes they're just lower emotions. A lot of people and a lot of society run on lower emotions. It's hard not to get pulled into it because you're a person. You know, you're a person interacting in society. And even if you're a monk living on the mountain, I guarantee you'd probably have some sort of issue with another monk about who's going to cook the rice or who's going to, it's just human nature. You know what I mean? It's like, we don't have to wrestle with it. We make friends with it and then harness it for our abilities, you know, for you to have activated heart, you actually are harnessing the lower emotions and moving them up. If you didn't have lower emotions, your heart wouldn't activate that much. So, I mean, you kind of have to have them. You know what I mean? Like if you didn't have them, there would be no activation of the heart.
And then go ahead, Maya, then Karen, then Marianne.
Hey, Maya.
Hi, Greg. I have to say, this is the first time I feel like this in any of the classes I've taken before. I've
Mhm.
taken a few with you, but if there was a machine or a device attached to my thoughts and my emotions, it'll probably look like an EKG, you know, very up and down, very up and down. Yesterday, I had a very hard time coming up with situations that were bothering me, but whenever we went through the practice, I was getting bad images. Today I am finding more situations that I can reflect on.
Mhm.
But my emotions are very up and down, up and down. I feel sometimes very sad, very angry, and sometimes I don't care.
Mhm.
And you know, I don't know if this is the first time I have these kind of feelings and thoughts come to me this way. And granted, this is my situation today is different than in the past. You know, I'm currently in between jobs and having so many different things going on, but it's just, I feel a little concerned about like my well-being or my mental health at this time with how I'm feeling and what I'm sensing since yesterday and today.
Oh, just from the weekend or prior to this?
Well, I mean, the practice, I mean, the situation I'm in right now, being between jobs and other stuff, is of course from before, but
Mhm.
the emotions and thoughts that are coming to me this weekend, I've never experienced them before. And I've taken a lot of classes with you.
I would say you haven't been aware of them. You've been experiencing them, but you just haven't been aware of them. You've acted on them, but I mean that's the nature of the kind of emotions that we talk about. They impact our thoughts, our behaviors, and things. Now you're just becoming more aware of them because they're moving up, like they're moving up to be transmuted, and so you really don't have to do anything different. There's just movement now. And so that's the tendency. I mean, you're coming out of a very stressful situation and you're in the middle of a stressful situation. Like you said, you're in between jobs. And so what happens is as they start to move up, you become more aware of them, but you don't really have to do a whole lot with it because you're already wired to handle that. You know, it's not about trying to control them or to suppress them or anything like that. As they move up, the heart will actually naturally transmute them. And you know, sometimes it might even be that you process a little bit and might have to make some shifts or changes in your external world, but you can do it now consciously rather than reactively. And so, you know, a lot of times if you just sit with it for a little bit, the things come up, but if you just watch them, they'll pass a little bit because the heart will actually transmute them. If there's pieces of truth in there, the heart will recognize it. And if there's inaccuracies, the heart just is able to let it go. Like the heart is a really good janitor. And so, I mean, I hear you with the concerns with like you're feeling a little bit unstable or uncertain, but it's just movement. That's all it is. It's just movement. Yeah, it's actually a good thing. It might not feel good right in the moment, but like
Yeah.
if you look back like a few days or a week later, you go, wow, like I'm feeling different. I'm moving. I'm able to be a little bit different. I'm interacting with people different. I'm able to overcome obstacles or problem solve a little bit better. You know, stress is a great magnifier, and stress can also like kind of shut down our system, so to speak. And so when you've been under prolonged periods of stress for a period of time, you know, it's almost like kind of waking the systems up again, you know. And I mean, it happens to everybody. I mean, it happens, I'll be fine for a little while. I'll do a little meditation. And even without doing oils and just doing meditation, it will actually start to do that process. And when you start to activate the more of the intuitive side of your mind, you actually have things kind of where you start to have flashes come up,
Mhm.
but your mind is trying to resolve the issue. And so this is like what happens like when people are close to like a near death experience or close to passing, their life will flash before their eyes. It's because they go way into the intuitive side of the mind because of the close call, right? And so when you're doing meditation, when you're doing ceremony, when you're doing like deep healing, the same thing happens without having to have the near death experience. You know, you're in a way you're letting a piece of the personality or a piece of those lower emotions, you're letting that pass away, which is then causing this process of trying to get something resolved. And you're wired to handle it. All you have to do is just kind of be yourself. And you know, you can sit and do maybe a little meditation or take a salt bath or do a little contemplation or just even, you know, reflect on something before you go to bed. And sometimes it even happens while you're sleeping. You know, one of the things that we did many years ago when we were treating PTSD is we improved we came up with all these therapeutic approaches and everything, but when we focused on improving the quality of sleep for somebody with PTSD, we had several cases where they went to bed with PTSD and woke up pretty much cured. You know,
Mhm.
they had to get deep into that intuitive side of their mind. And once they got there, they just started letting go of stuff. They started letting go of the event. I mean, these guys were military guys, so they were letting go of the things they saw on the battlefield. But it passes. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just also want to say thank you for the introductory this morning about how it feels sometimes after doing a certain routine, because last week and this week when I was doing some of the oils, I was doing them in the morning. I was really couldn't function the rest of the day. I just wanted to sleep and do nothing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Boy, been there. Like, sometimes when I really clean out some of the lower emotions, I can tell, because a lot of times I fall asleep face down in the couch. Like, I'll be doing it on the couch. This is lovely, wonderful. Or I fall backwards and then I empty out the bottle on my chest.
I've had that happen
so many times, sometimes with very expensive oils.
Right. But like the fact that I
actually broke a crystal that way too, by the way. Like, I broke a crystal. Yeah.
So the fact that I feel lethargic after doing some routine is like, it was helpful to hear that it's kind of normal.
It's actually good. That's a good sign.
Okay.
Especially, I mean, you're coming out of a situation that's incredibly stressful and upsetting. You have the job thing, you're in between jobs. So the natural progression when you let that go would be you're able to let your guard down a little bit, and that you got a little sleepy or a little lethargic for a little bit. We'd almost like hope for that, because you're letting go of that stress and tension. If you didn't have all that stress and tension, you just go, well, maybe years have accumulated of that. But like last summer, for example, or was it this last summer? Like I had to stop traveling for a couple of months just to let the body like regenerate. Like I wasn't feeling stressed out or anything, but like the body was just feeling worn down, and so I had to sleep more, I had to rest more, I had to take it a little bit more easy for a little bit. I had to reduce my workload for a little bit, and it was just all the stuff was catching up to me. And I mentally and emotionally I wasn't stressed out, but physically I could feel the stress. I'd go into a situation and 2 hours later I'd be exhausted, and I was like, emotionally, mentally I was fine, but physically I was feeling more and more stressed out. And so I was like, time to slow down, take a break for a little bit. I still kept teaching through it, but I just stopped traveling as much for a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Same idea of what you're going through. Mine was probably even worse, because it took me months to recover from it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then go ahead and Karen, then Marianne, then Peter. And let me see about unmuting you. You should be able to unmute now, Karen. There you go.
Hey, Karen.
Hi, Greg. How's it going?
Good.
So it was a pretty tough night. I was uncomfortable as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Like beating myself up and crying and raging and just a lot of grief. Just a lot.
And beating yourself up just because of past situations, or
yeah. I think I have been diagnosed with PTSD because of my mother. She had bipolar personality disorder, blah blah blah. So her, there's just been a lot of death in the family and stuff like that. So
don't be super hard on yourself though. Like I mean, it's easy for me to say, but like like the thing that I heard some words one time that I always really loved, and we're always growing, we're always evolving, which implies time, process, and mistakes. We need time, it's a process, and we're going to make mistakes. And so when the mistakes happen, the best thing you can do is just go like, okay, I did this, I did that, or this happened, and I could have handled it this way or that way. Learn from it, and then just move forward. Going back and really grinding on yourself. Trust me, I could have turned pro at one point in my life with that.
No,
But-
I
But it didn't ever do anything except, it just would make me not functional in situations that I was trying to, and yours doesn't sound quite that bad, but like, I mean, I would really meditate on the things that I did wrong. And it was so counterproductive. And so, look at them, and, the beautiful thing about it is you are who you are now because of those things, and sometimes the negative things really in the long run actually produce a positive result, and we just don't see it in the moment, but there was difficulties that I had when I was young, and that if I hadn't had them, I would say, I'm being super self-honest here, I would be a really super obnoxious person right now. Really super obnoxious. I mean, it broke me of some weird personality things that are in a certain side of my family. And had I not had those difficulties, and so I wouldn't want to go through them again, but I also wouldn't want them to go away, because in a way, I feel that I'm more insightful and a better person because of them. I didn't like them. I still don't like them, but I acknowledge they had a little value, And so I'm not saying that that's the case for you, but sometimes like trauma makes you a much stronger person than the average person, because you've had to go through some things. And
Yeah.
so I mean, you got through them. You're alive. You're smart. You're personable. You have all these qualities that are very positive, and all of that happened, and you're still able to be who you are right now. And you're probably more insightful because of it. There's all kinds of things that came from it, and doesn't mean that it was okay. Doesn't mean that it was right. It doesn't mean any of that. But it made you who you are right now.
right. And
Yeah.
but what I was going to say is that the abandonment was a big thing for me.
Yeah, I bet. Especially with what you just described with the parent. Yeah.
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 Also, I was
That's a
raised by
huge one. Yeah. Huge
grandma.
one.
When she left, I pretty much left the body. So one of the realizations that I had was, in the 30 years that I've been doing meditation and working, I worked with a Tibetan Lama for a few years, is that every time I go inside my heart was always way in outer space. It's like a piece of me was in outer space, and from there I could see Earth and function, and it was like, so last night through this whole thing, I do a lot of lucid dreaming, and in my dream I was in this pod that landed on Earth.
Oh, check you out.
And it's like, I'm finally fully here. And then I got out of the pod and I look at myself and I'm wearing a meat suit. And it's really like, ridiculous.
Right.
But, it was very like, wow, I landed. It's no wonder I was uncomfortable. It's
Oh, I think
Yeah.
that's huge. I think that's huge.
pretty big. Yeah.
Yeah. Good for you.
That was it.
Good for you.
Thank you so much.
Meat suit. Don't you always say that? Meat suit? Yeah. Somebody here always says meat suit. So that was funny that you said that.
Mhm. All right. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Marianne, then Peter, then Donita, if we have time.
It's so wonderful to hear other people's stories.
It makes us not feel as isolated. I
It's
mean,
wonderful.
yeah, when you start hearing it's like everybody has had stuff to deal with, and it makes us all human. And I mean, sometimes when we're going through difficulties, it feels like it's just us. But when you start hearing everybody's story, it's like everybody had some sort of dance, some worse than others, but it's also relative, like one person suffering and you look at them and you go, yeah, but their life is so good, but they had some suffering. It's still suffering,
Right.
it's still, so, yeah.
I think it's a gift to be able to speak out about it because
Yeah,
there's
I
so
agree.
many people that it's locked inside of them. And
Yeah.
this has been a fascinating process for me. When I started out on Saturday, I was confused. I was stuck. I
Mhm.
had an urgency that I had to come up with a solution, all this stuff. And it was driving me crazy. I couldn't get out of my head, even though, I would briefly, but I'd go back to trying to find a solution.
Right.
And through this process, I began to get calmer. There's been much less agitation. What I'm realizing is I don't have to do anything. The answer's within me.
Mhm.
I get stuck when I'm in my mind, and I knew
Right.
that before, and
Right.
I get out of it briefly, but I'd be agitated and get pulled back. And through this process, I became much lighter. I got out of my thinking mode. I was able to experience a lighter feeling that allowed good things to come in. It wasn't just the sorrow.
Mhm.
I was making room for joy, memories,
Oh, nice.
wonderful incidents. And that was important. And then I realized that the joy and the sorrows were feeling the same in a way. It was what I was attaching
Right.
to the negative,
Right.
but the feelings seemed the same. And it seemed
Right.
like I was experiencing the sameness in different opposites. And I'd come to realize as I kept letting go of the agitation and could just be more in a state of awareness that I had the ability to schedule when I want to think about decisions. And I truly believe that, of course, the answer is in me, and it will come if I let it.
Mhm.
And at the end, I felt like I had just given up all the struggles and the agitation. And I sort of went from feeling, very positive to feeling kind of tired, but in a healthy sort of way. And I
Right.
thought, okay, the answer will come to you. You know that. And that maybe it'll be in sleep. That or you may have a dream, but that it's there. There's no hurry, and my urgency of Saturday no longer exists. It's like, what's a big deal?
Mhm.
If I let it just arise, I'll know what to do.
I think you said something really important there too. I mean, all of it's important, obviously, but like there's a point I would like to emphasize is that, you were saying there was like this sense of urgency, like you were just stating, but you made a comment about you feel that you can schedule a time to think about it. And that's excellent. Like that, I mean, being able to go, yeah, I'll think about this on Monday. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's not triggering you, you're not agitated, you're not like,
Right.
obsessively thinking about it, because I mean, that is an indicator, like that's what I use as an indicator for when the emotion, like the lower emotions, like something's agitating me, is like there is that sense of urgency, there's something I need to resolve, there's even a little bit of anxiety or a little bit of tension. And like if I try to set it aside and go, okay, I need to focus on something right now, I can't think about this, you can't let it go. Like that is literally those lower emotions and instinctive mind. And when they calm down, you go, okay, there's an issue, but I'll deal with it on Monday. Like I'll deal with it. I'm going to have a restful weekend, and on Monday I'll sit down and I'll think about it.
Yep.
And you're able to go, I'm stepping away, and Monday I'll pick it up and I'll look at it.
All right.
Excellent. Like that is letting go of those lower emotions and that instinctive mind, and you're able to really start to process things cognitively, and the emotions are moving up. And so that's what we're all shooting for. And
Yeah.
so that's really great.
And to feel in control and not overwhelmed.
Mhm.
It's a godsend. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. Good.
It's
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah, you guys are doing really good with all of this. I mean, this is an intense like thing to be talking about, the abandonment thing. And so you guys are processing this really well. I mean, really, really well. Sure. Yeah.
And we have 10 minutes, maybe Peter, or
Yeah,
is
let
there
me
somebody
do.
here?
Yeah, let me do it here. We'll get to you though, Peter. Yeah.
Okay, so I have two things. One thing is, so when this morning, I kind of had a little bit of teariness happening.
Mhm.
And after this, like I can look back at not just the bad memories with my family, but I can look back at the good memories with my family, and they all feel the same.
Yeah, so somebody here is saying the same thing that Marianne just said, where she can look at like good things and like bad things, and it all just kind of feels like the same. Like it's, because like I'll give my version of it. The very first time I did meditation on twin hearts, different versions of it, but basically you activate the heart, you activate the crown. And in this particular modality, they go, okay, put your awareness on your heart and recall a happy time. And so I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, I go, well, there was this one time, but then this person, we had a falling out. That's not a good time. And then there was this other thing, and I'm trying to recall a happy time. And then they moved to the crown, and then they said, recall another happy time. And I started getting anxious, and I go, I'm still working on the first one. And like, so I'm thinking, and I'm really thinking, and then they start saying a prayer, and they start chanting Om, and they're visualizing a gold flame on their crown, and they're going through all these steps, and I'm like, I'm still trying to recall a happy time, because it was really always super polarized. Like something good would happen, and then something bad would happen, and if something bad would happen to me, it didn't feel like it was a good memory. And so I kept going through it, and then all of a sudden I hear, come back to your body. And I'm like, I can't recall a happy time. How sad is that? I can't recall one flippin' happy time. And like, that was really a big eye opener to me. Like, I was like, something's got to happen. And I was just so entrenched in lower emotions that I couldn't see anything. Like, and the thing is when you're holding down, when you're weighed down by lower emotions, or you're holding back some painful memories, you don't really get to experience the positive memories as well. Like it's an all or nothing thing. You either are holding emotions back, or the emotions are being weighed down, or they're not. And so for you to have higher emotions, you also have to have lower emotions that move up. Right. And if you're holding back painful emotions, you don't get to have the positive emotions or the positive memories. And so, over a period of time, it took me a while. I went through and I just started unwinding things, and I started going, I can have a happy memory about something, even though somebody was later super obnoxious to me. And then eventually it became like what you guys are describing, where like good and bad started to feel kind of the same. And it even got to be like in the workplace sometimes, if somebody gave me a compliment or gave me like a criticism, it actually kind of felt the same. Like I was like, oh, it wasn't that the compliment felt bad. It's just that the criticism just felt like, oh, here's an opportunity for me to grow. Like it wasn't like a cut. It was just like, yeah, even if they meant it as a cut, I was like, yeah, I don't really see it like that, but okay, a place to grow. And so the agitation that they came at me with was theirs, not mine. Like I was like, okay, here's an opportunity to grow. And so everything just starts to kind of even out. And so like Maya was saying, sometimes there's a little bit of a fluctuation. That's kind of normal when they start moving up, but at some point they start to even out. And that comes and goes. We have a joke around the office where if something upsetting's happened, it's like, it's okay, don't worry, it'll pass. And then you go, oh, I feel really good, I feel really peaceful. And we have this joke, it's like, it's okay, it'll pass. It'll pass. Lower emotions will come back around again. The thing is that you're never going to make them completely stay away. So you go through and you clean them up and you allow for the process to happen. So yeah. And different things happen in people's lives. It's not a reflection of who you are as a person. A lot of times it's what you're going through at the time, or what you've gone through over the last decade, or, whatever it is. And so if you go out in the garden and work in the dirt and the mud, you got to come on and shower off, right? You go through a bunch of difficult times, you just got to shower it off, shake it off, and then, keep moving forward. We'll get to some of the other questions and things, but we do need to step away. We are going to go to the Astara session. And so we are going to do a little blessing for Ukraine and Russia situation. And so if you'd like to join us, we're providing you with a link, and it's going to be in just a couple of minutes. And if not, we'll see you back after lunch at 1:30 Central Time. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. So we are jumping to segment 6, which is the top of page 10. Oh, okay. Actually, Samantha is reminding me that we had a couple people who still wanted to share a couple questions. So we'll just do a few and then we'll jump right in.
Go ahead, Peter, then Donita.
Hey, Peter.
We're still waiting for some people to come back, but can I, since I don't see either of them, can I do the ones really quick in the
Sure.
chat?
Sure.
How is the Splendor protocol different from the Bay Laurel protocol, since they both seem to address the lower emotions?
Splendor addresses agitation. The lower emotions isn't actually. The Bay Laurel is about raising the vibration of the lower centers, the lower nature. It actually doesn't address the lower emotions per se. It's raising the vibration so you don't generate potentially as much. But the Splendor undoes the agitation.
Absolutely the most powerful thing I've done with Greg.
Oh, good.
Immediately was sad, surprised by how much sadness the body was holding.
Yeah.
Realized my emotions had obscured my ability to be aware of my inner strength, body and emotions, subdued at the end. My mind feels a bit unfocused, like it's processing a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. Like any time you start to break out of a pattern, there's actually a little bit of uncertainty, like you're not sure of what's happening. That's actually a very good sign. If you are really sure of what's happening, it means you're still in the pattern. You're in something that's familiar. When you're stepping out of something that's familiar, it feels a little like, I don't know quite what's happening. And you have to be like a little bit aware, not confusion, just not sure of what's happening. Usually cognitive and aware, but yeah, it's tied to going a bit more into the intuitive mind.
Why the temples at the end? Is it to harmonize the two sides of the brain?
It does harmonize a little bit of the two sides of the brain, but it's actually a little bit more for the prefrontal cortex. It's tied to like your emotional learning, impulse control, executive functions, things like that. You're just trying to raise the function of the prefrontal cortex. You're taking agitation out of that part of the brain. That part of the brain and the back part of your brain are highly agitated. Even when you're peaceful, they're actually relatively agitated. So the more you calm them down, the less reactive you become. So.
And go ahead, Donita.
Hey, Donita.
Hi, Greg.
Mhm.
I just wanted to, yeah, that was powerful. But I would, at the same time, I didn't do Splendor. I kept going with Basil.
Mhm.
It's, I heard that did that do the same thing? Because my aura ring popped.
Not exactly.
Okay. The interesting thing is that, yes, apparently I napped again, even with Basil. And my body really loved it, was really enjoying the energy. And something that I remembered, I wanted to ask you, is there any significance to flying bats?
Actually, there is. It's tied to, different traditions see them as different things, but sometimes it is considered an aspect of trying to have greater levels of oneness with the mental permanent seed. Or sometimes it's actually in the Tibetan tradition, it's tied more to the point above your head, 12 inches above your head, where the incarnated soul is anchored. Sometimes symbolically, that's represented by bats. The reason why it's bats is like bats don't really see; they kind of do it by feel, by hearing. And when you're moving up there, you're trying to find an area that's not even in your body. You're kind of sensing the energy and the frequency of where you're at. You're going 12 inches above your head, but it's not like you're using a ruler to go like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 12. And so you're having to put your awareness on something and be aware of something, but it's not even in your physical body. And so that's one aspect. And then the other aspect is you'll notice that when you try to put your attention there, it keeps like literally flying off the spot. You'll put your attention there and then you kind of drift, and then you put your attention there and then you kind of drift, and then you put your attention there and it drifts the other direction. It just constantly drifts. So in the Tibetan tradition, that's actually symbolizes that point above your head. And connection with that is also associated with a type of protection, you could say. And so like I have, like sometimes you see this little thing that I wear all the time, like you'll see a little flash. This is a very old a bead. It's about a 2,000-year-old bead, and at the top of it, it's covered with bats. It's actually tied to the activation of the point above your head. And so, there you go.
Wow, that's fantastic. Because yesterday it showed up out of nowhere, but I forgot about it. And today, inhaling basil, the wrong, not the right oil as well, but the bat showed up flying, and it was pretty beautiful.
Yeah, they're very cute creatures. We actually had one come and sit on a tree outside our house for a while.
Yeah, we have them here in real, but I mean, this was in my visionary.
Yeah. Very good. Yeah.
And then we had to share my dreams brought images from my unconscious of a particular abandonment pattern from early in my life that has influenced my reactions to certain kinds of stress for decades. This morning's work blew out the cobwebs and heaviness. I feel clear and bright.
Oh, good. Very good. Yeah. Sounds like you guys have a really good experiences.
I think we can go.
Okay. Okay, so we're at the top of page 10, segment 6, and we are going to reach for the mugwort. You can use mugwort, mugwort supreme, artemisia. If you don't have mugwort, chocolate root cleanser would work if you have it, CRC. See if we need yeah. So with that, pull out your mugwort. Now, mugwort increases connection to the soul. It helps to activate the energy centers in the body through increased connection. It helps to open up the meridians or the energetic channels that run through the body. So basically think of it like this. It helps to accelerate the movement of energy through the body. Right? It helps to accelerate the movement of energy or life force through the body. And so it makes it easier to go inward, and it makes it easier to go outward, meaning expression, because of the fluidity of the energy or our life force. Sometimes when we've been under prolonged periods of stress, when we've had lots of tension, when we've had, like we're talking about abandonment issues, sometimes what happens is the energy that flows through our body, it gets a little bit like thick and sticky. Like it's harder for it to move. So it becomes harder for the body to heal. It becomes harder for us to feel emotions. It becomes harder for us to cognitively process things. And so the mental body isn't quite as strong. And so by going through and doing this, you're opening up the flow of energy through the different aspects of the body. You're able to release things much easier, and you're able to allow things to come in to a much higher degree. So if you're in a friendship or a relationship or something, it becomes easier to experience a connection or love. If you're at the workplace, I mean, this sounds silly, but it becomes easier for you to be able to accept a compliment, for example. Somebody telling you, hey, good job. Like when you hunker down because of stress and abandonment, you sometimes don't let in those positive things because you're always wrestling with the negative things. And so trying to keep the negative things down or out also doesn't allow for good things to come in or come to the surface or sink in. And so it makes it easier for all these things to happen. And so with that, we are going to begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the forehead. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the forehead where the hairline is. Long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the tailbone, the bottom of the tailbone. Move your awareness to the hips. Remember, as we start to go through the arms and legs, it helps to shift lower emotions. It helps to let them flow and process and move up. Your knees, the backside of your knees. The ankles. Your awareness is on your ankles. The soles of your feet. Your armpits. Your elbows. The wrists. The palms of your hands. Your front heart. And your back heart. The area between your shoulder blades. Just be still, be aware, just completely let go. Just let go. Just keep your eyes closed, be still, be aware, and let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your forehead. Bottom of the tailbone. The hips. The knees. Ankles. The soles of your feet. Your armpits. Your elbows. Your wrists. The palms of your hands. Your front heart. your back heart. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Now, as you're sitting there and being still, reflect on some of the things from the past, and let's just see what happens as you bring these things to your mind. Bring one of the incidences from the past. Just observe it. Let it go. Begin inhaling, your awareness is on your brain. Taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. Move your awareness to the lungs. Your liver on the right-hand side below your ribs. Move a little bit more to the midline, slightly off to the right, still below your ribs. Your kidneys. And your spleen on the left-hand side below the ribs. The navel. An inch and a half below your navel. The bottom of your tailbone. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your brain. Move your awareness to the lungs. The liver. Move your awareness a little bit more to the midline. Slightly off to the right, below your ribs. Just be still. Maintain your stillness and awareness. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Move your awareness to the Mingmen, which is your low back area opposite the navel. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. Just be still, be aware. Just let go. Again, let's contemplate one of the situations where there was abandonment or something going on. Just reflect on it. Same things you've been reflecting on since yesterday morning. As you hold it in your mind as we're doing this process, what happened? Keep thinking about it. Keep reflecting on it. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Let everything else go. Just inhale with your awareness on the soles of your feet. Your low back area, opposite the navel, known as the Mingmen. Back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. the crown. Your awareness is on the crown, the top of your head. You're just letting go. Just let go, be still, be aware, just let go. Let everything go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Move your awareness to the spleen, left-hand side below the ribs. The low back area, the Mingmen, opposite the navel on the back side. And the crown. Just be still, be aware, and let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. The spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. Your low back area opposite your navel, the mingmen. And the crown. Just be still, be aware, let go. Reflect on the situation or situations, the people, the incidences. Just observe. Observe the situation, observe yourself, your body, your emotions, your mind. Notice your thoughts. Why don't you take a moment and write things down? Just whatever kind of came to you, whatever you want to make a note of. Sometimes when you write things down, it brings things clearer to your mind. Anybody want to share? You can unmute yourself or type in. How did you do it? How did you do it? The reason I'm calling on you, you look like you had emotions at the beginning.
Yes,
and then they
yes,
calmed
I
down.
did have some extreme emotions after the first step, and now they feel neutral. But I do have a question. So when I say it feels neutral, it's more like I'm observing the incident out there somewhere, like watching a movie. But my question is, it seems like in the past you said when we're dissociating, we're more like watching it from outside rather than being in the situation.
Right. Okay. So what she's saying is like she had emotions come up, and then all of a sudden it felt pretty neutral, and it's like she was watching a situation. And then she was making reference to things that we've talked about in the past, like, sometimes you kind of check out a little bit. Psychological term would be dissociation. It could be like a floating sensation, or you just, you go somewhere, and it's usually about managing pain. And so when you are dissociated from an event, there's a slight differentiation here. Like when you are really super neutral with a situation, you go back and look at it, the emotion is gone. So it is almost like watching a commercial on TV. You watch it and you just go, huh, yeah, that used to be really upsetting. And now it's like nothing. Like, you're watching a commercial that's really kind of a little bit boring or just not very interesting, right? You watch it, you watch the details, but that's about it. When you're dissociating, it can actually look a little bit similar. The only difference would be you are watching yourself in the situation. Like you'll see a piece of yourself, like you standing there in the situation. Like, so the difference would be, did you see yourself or did you just see the situation? And I think you were just saying you were seeing the situation. So if you go back to that same situation and you're looking at the situation and you see another you standing there going, you're not waving at yourself, but you see an aspect of yourself. What that means is that, like, when something traumatic happens, there's a little piece of you still stuck in that situation. And so a lot of times the brain will perceive it as the image of, you standing there. Sometimes the age might differ. You might be a little kid, you might be older, whatever it might be, but basically you'll see a piece of yourself. And that is a kind of form of dissociation. Dissociation can take on many, many forms, but that is just like a piece of you is stuck there due to the trauma, right? It's not something that you're choosing to do. It's just the trauma has kind of locked you into that situation, and it becomes a little bit hard for you to break free of that. And it is actually a pain management mechanism built into the body that allows you to survive, but at the same time, that piece also doesn't get integrated, and it pops up and causes thought processes, but they're not integrated with other thought processes. So you'll slip out of a normal way of thinking into that dissociated segment where you just start doing a loop, right? And then all of a sudden you'll slip back out of it, right? But when you're in that loop, you see nothing else, right? That is actually, they call it a fragment sometimes. I actually even used to use that terminology, but it's actually not a fragment. It's almost like there's this compression that isolates this aspect in the psyche to manage pain. It's a lot like how the body would create like a cyst around something, like, a covering around something to handle something that maybe is toxic or foreign material or something the body is trying to manage, and so it will encapsulate it, right? Your mental body actually does the same thing sometimes. And so that you didn't see yourself standing there, good job. Yeah. You know, the reason I called on her before, she didn't really raise her hand. I raised her hand for her. She was having strong emotion at the beginning, and then she was, you know, we did the first process, she had strong emotion, and then by the time we did it again, which was a couple applications later, she was reflecting, and she was just like she was in meditation. And I was like, boy, check that out. She did that really fast, and by the end, she was just like sitting there kind of peaceful. But the first step, it was really like strong emotions coming up. And so the thing with this particular segment is you're getting the energy to flow. Remember, I was saying that in the beginning. So as you sit and contemplate in this particular phase, you notice we did it a little bit different. I kept going in the middle of the process, reflect on the situation, reflect on the person, reflect on the situation. The more you bring it to your conscious mind, the more it actually releases, right? This is actually literally about releasing, right? So you bring it up, and then you'll notice like, it was a little bit hard to hold on to. Like it might even be a little bit upsetting at first. And then within a couple applications, you're like, right? It's just is what it is. And so for that to happen, you had to be able to integrate it, right? So everything that we've been doing up until that point has really been building up to this integration. And then when we go through and we've started to integrate, then you're able to release it. It's like it's got to get in before it can get out, right? Like if you just try to hold it out, you're just always spending energy trying to keep it out. But if you let it in, then at some point it can cook in the heart, and then the heart just goes, yeah, we're done. Yeah. So when you have, like you're doing this process and you have some difficult emotions come up and you're wanting to release them or you know, let them process and leave, you don't have to sit and make things happen. All you have to do is do the process and then just put your attention on it, and it just will start to float away. If you have emotions that come up during this, you know, abandonment treatment, and it seems a little bit overwhelming, this is your new best friend. Like you go and you just jump right to this segment, go to it, and just let it flow out. It's better if you can build up in the segments, but let's be honest, like sometimes you might be in the middle of doing something and you need a little damage control, right? This is your damage control, right? And the thing with the splendor calms the agitation down, but sometimes even doing something simple like that when you're in a little bit of emotional upset, we've all been there, right? When that happens, you got to be able to just let it flow and release. The first part where you go through and you open up your arms and your legs, you're allowing lower emotions to flow and start moving more towards the heart, the higher emotions. And actually what starts to happen is you're allowing for things to actually even become a little bit more mental, which the higher soul, let's just say soul energy and mental energy, or the mental body, are very similar. So the light between those two, very easy to mix, right? Very easy to mix, so that it starts moving up and starts to be a little bit more cognitive in the mind. It becomes much easier to resolve, much easier, right? You're shifting out of the instinctive mind, you're shifting out of the lower emotions, you're getting up high to where, think of it like this, you shift from doing or trying to get what you want in the situation, and you start shifting more to what needs to be done. And those aren't always the same thing. You know, I would love it if this person apologized. Probably not going to happen. So then what needs to get done? Right? I would love it if this person stopped acting and behaving in a particular way. What might need to happen is I need to draw a boundary with this person and be polite about it, but they don't get to treat me like a doormat anymore. I don't have to be angry or hostile about it. It's just, this is done. Like it's not happening anymore, right? And so if you're having like even sort of what you would call like boundary issues, this again is the thing to go through and treat. right? That's a big one. I mean, how they talk about boundaries psychologically versus how you would talk about esoterically or energetically, different terminology, but the idea is kind of the same. You know, when you are engaged in the process, you don't need to establish a boundary. The boundary is just there, right? It's like trying to tell somebody that's running, hey, you need to move around a little bit. They're already moving, right? Trying to establish a boundary when you have engaged this process, you don't even have to try because the process is the boundary. The process is the boundary. Like that could be a mantra right there. The process is the boundary. You don't have to go, oh, you don't get to treat me like this. You just go, I'm going to engage in this process and you're not going to get the chance to treat me like this.
Had the vision during that last part of my life, and it was a rope. It was spiraling, but it was tied in knots, like where I thought it would be, like a circle. But it's not tied. They're just the perceived knots.
Like little.
Start explaining more. It's
right.
It's like I think I'm coming to the same thing, cycling around, but I'm really
perfect.
There's a little curve, and I got to jump the knot.
Right.
And saw myself like jumping the knots, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so he's using different terminology to say the same thing. He said he saw his life like in a circle, and he's talking about like little traumatic events. In the circle, there would be these little knots in the circle, and he'd be trying to go around the circle, and then he'd hit a knot. Then he'd have to go around it, and then he'd hit a knot. And that again is intuitive intelligence, where you're getting something beyond your senses, and you're sensing something that's happening. But a lot of times you see it in imagery. You don't see it like literally, you see it in imagery, right? And so if you think about what we're saying, he's stating the same thing that we're just talking about. His imagery is a little bit different, but the idea is the same. And so sometimes there's very universal imagery that comes out, and sometimes there's imagery that is really super unique to you. Like he might say something, and then to me, I was like, that really has no meaning. That one, kind of sounds universal, to be honest. But it might be something else, and you sit and reflect on it. It means nothing to me, but to the other person, it means boatloads, right? And so, yeah.
And go ahead, Peter.
Hey, Peter.
Oh, there. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. A little bit unused to using my iPhone on Zoom. Anyway, I actually could have shared this yesterday because I kind of had a remembrance or realization after Barbara shared something about her abandonment. Feelings of abandonment has kind of become more expansive, and I don't know what the word she used, and I realize it's been true for me because even though I've known I've had abandonment issues, serious issues, actually, my parents were both alcoholics, and every time I would leave a relationship, I would feel rejected and abandoned. Sure. And, emotionally, it was like emotionally traumatic, emotionally traumatic. But anyway, I realized that I'm kind of over that because, I spend a lot of time by myself, and I realize it has nothing to do with feeling abandoned anymore. It's just like, it's a choice, and it's almost like special and precious that I feel that I can be alone. And there's like a feeling of expansiveness sometimes, and like creativity, and even when I do feel alone, it's like there's a feeling of, it's a yearning for like soul connection. It's not like feeling like abandoned or anything like that. So I guess another way of putting it is what I've come up with is I don't feel abandoned. I feel like I'm actually abandoning the world. I'm choosing, it's a choice for me to remove myself physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually from others, And so I have a question about that. So if you thought that there's deeper levels, I mean, because I've done work on inner child wounding and things like that in the past.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, is there maybe deeper levels of abandonment that that maybe I'll deal with in the future, or will this just continue to be expansive, like in the way I described?
I would say both. Like,
Both.
like it will continue to be expensive, but like a lot of times you go through and you clean up and you go, wow, I really got the abandonment issue pretty cleaned up. And then there's maybe a particular area in your life where you go, except there. Like you don't
Right.
get triggered across the board, but sometimes there's situations or segments that can get like
Triggered. Yeah.
and so going back to what we were saying earlier is a really big one. We don't think about it like this because we don't think of it always as being something personal, but a really big one can be things that happen in business. Like, don't underestimate that. That is huge. And it could be your peers, it could be people you work with, it could be even sometimes you perform really well for a customer or something, and then the way they treat you, or it could be all kinds of things.
Right.
But that can be one. And then you bring up an interesting thing is sometimes we step away from ourselves. We look for external distractions, and we don't really spend time with ourselves or reflection or things like that. And so in a way, sometimes there was always the potential for you to even abandon yourself. It sounds like a weird thing, but the thing is like there can be times where I would say this is even a little bit of my youth, where I walked really far from myself. Like, I was doing other things. I just like looking for distraction and like thrill seeking and like, just all kinds of things. And I could come up with all kind of rational reasons why I was doing it. None of the excuses are good. Like, they're excuses, but they're not good ones. And so, at some point, physical injuries made me stop and have to be with myself. I honestly didn't do it by choice. Like, I didn't. And when I started doing it, I was like, God, I should have been doing this like, 15 years ago, whatever it is, 10, 15 years ago. And I started doing it, I started liking it. But at first it wasn't super comfortable. And then after a little bit of time went by, it started feeling a little bit more comfortable. And then after a while, I was like, I'm kind of liking this. And then after a while, I was like, I really like this. But it was almost like dating yourself, kind of like, how are you? I'm fine. How are you? I'm fine. It was literally ridiculous stuff. And so, being alone with yourself is fine. Yeah.
I can relate to what you just shared, because I didn't think of this before, but I actually started to go inside a lot more and removing myself when I like 2 or 3 years ago, when I started to have physical healing issues to deal with, and I had to. It was like demanding me to be by myself and heal myself.
Right.
Yeah.
Good, Peter.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Greg.
You're so welcome. Okay.
I found myself wondering about, I wanted to be the rejector. And I wasn't thinking of being the rejectee. I want to abandon a bunch of stuff.
Right.
Like, I don't like, I don't think it's useful or valuable.
That's not necessarily abandoning. I mean, it can be, but like, so she was saying that like she's not feeling abandoned, but she's wanting to abandon.
But I am also feeling abandoned, but I also recognize there's that flip side where there's stuff I want to cut out of my life.
Right. And so it's okay to cut some things out of your life, but do it more out of a choice rather than a reaction. Like that's what I would always say. Like I always say, like, don't do things in the middle of a crisis. Like stabilize the crisis. And then if there's things or a person or something you want to cut out of your life, do it from stability and peace. And I mean, sometimes you don't get the choice, but if you can, do it from stability, not from crisis. Crisis, you can do it, but it's just usually really painful. Sometimes it still needs to happen. Like honestly, sometimes it does. But if you can, if you can, then you wait till everything calms down, the dust settles, and then you go, okay, how do I still feel about it? I can't tell you how many times where I was like, that's it, I'm going to do this. And then the dust settles. And sometimes it's only like 20 minutes. It might be an hour, it might be a day. And then I go, yeah, that was kind of a bad choice. Like, I'm not going to do that. But in the moment, oh, I have to do this. And then you go, I'm just going to sit with it. I'm not going to choose anything right now. And then you let it go by. You're like, yeah, I was a little bit agitated, a little bit, just a little bit. And really what's happening there is you're trying to manage the agitation, not the situation, right? And so don't blow something up because you're agitated. If you're going to walk away from something, it's because it's a good choice. It's a solid choice, not because I can't take it anymore. I mean, that happens. Don't get me wrong, that happens. But if you can, try to make like non-reactive choices. Non-reactive just means not like out of agitation. It's okay to like say, you know what, I don't want to be friends anymore. Or you know what, I don't want this job anymore. It's okay to say, I don't want to do whatever this is anymore. There's nothing wrong with it. But do it because it's the best thing for you, not because you've had it. If you've had it, retreat, calm everything down, look at it again, and then go, what do I want to do? A job's a perfect example. You get really upset, you get really frustrated at work, and you go, that's it, I've had it, my last straw, don't want to do it anymore. Make sure you have another job lined up before you leave, or enough money in the bank to where you go, I don't work for a couple months, no big deal, right? So even if you're leaving, you go, but I'm going to have an exit strategy rather than I'm going to blow it up and, set everything on fire and leave today, right? And so nothing wrong with leaving, and you could still be, I've had it, I'm at the end of my rope, but I'm still calm and I'm making a choice where it's not going to change. It's a deal breaker. I can't do this anymore. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. No. I mean, that's actually a lot of times being in touch with your feelings. Your feelings aren't always like good feelings. Sometimes they're like, I'm a little bit more upset than I thought. I'm a little bit more angry than I thought. But the really big one, I'm a little bit more sad than I thought. I'm a little bit more hurt than I thought. There's a couple situations that like going through and doing this and then doing some reflection, I would go, I think I'm all tough and everything, but my feelings were pretty hurt in that situation. It didn't dawn on me in the moment. It didn't even dawn on me the year after. But as I sat and reflected a little bit later, it was like, feelings got a little bit hurt there, Didn't change what happened. Wouldn't have changed even if I knew it in the moment. But looking back, it was like, there's a little bit of a wound there, And so, what's that first noble truth in Buddhism? In life, there is suffering. It doesn't mean life is suffering. It just means there's always going to be a little bit of a sting or pain in life because you are in a body. Doesn't mean you did something bad. Doesn't mean you did something wrong. Sometimes, like if you're outside and you got wet, it's because you're outside and it was raining, not because you're a horrible person, right?
It's just, it is what it is. You know, there was a teacher that I had a long time ago, and he said, you know, this is a horrible visual, by the way, but it's what he said. He said, you know, if you're out swimming and a shark comes up and bites you on the foot, the shark didn't hate you. You were just in the water swimming in his territory. It bit you on the foot. You know, the issue was that you were in the water, not that you're a horrible person or that you deserved it or something. There are some things that are karmic and some things that are just the environment. You know, you try to stay out of the bad environments the best that you can, but you know, sometimes things go well and every once in a while they don't, or vice versa. You know, it happens. Nothing ever completely goes well all the time. Nothing ever completely goes bad all the time. It's always a cycle. Always. Might not be a cycle that we perceive, but it's a cycle. Other shares?
Yeah, go ahead, Katie.
Oh, hi, Greg. Thank you. It's Katie.
Hey, how are you?
Good, thanks. So I have a question. I noticed yesterday and today when we're using the mugwort, when we did the splendor today, it was smooth. I didn't get distracted with the mudwort. I feel like I just have such a hard time staying focused. I kind of zone out and then I don't know where we are.
Yeah, that's mugwort for you. Like honestly, yeah, that is the mugwort. Yeah, it's super activating to the intuitive side of the brain, and can help you be creative. But you know, you start spacing out, or that's all super normal. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you're so welcome. That's why it's so good for helping to let go of something. Is you go into that intuitive side of the brain. And remember how yesterday I was saying, like, sometimes when we let something go in our waking state, we leave claw marks all over it. Like mugwort makes you go, ah. You know, it's like you disengage your claws so that you just go, let's just let it go. You know, so byproduct of that is a little bit spacey, but you're in a similar state that you would be in when you're sleeping. You're just, your body's not asleep, but you're in that cycle of REM, non-REM, which is a very creative process about either problem solving or letting something go. And so that's pretty normal.
Okay, that helps. And then you talked about this once before, but as we start to do this ourselves, this is a long session.
Right.
How would we make it a little quicker? I mean, how would that look?
For one, making it quicker, don't listen to me talk for long periods of time. Okay. Like, just get in and do the practice, right? Like that. Okay. That's. But you know, so you can follow the booklet, but you also don't have to do the whole thing at once. You could just do a segment or two. And then sometimes what I have people do is, like, you know, do a segment, and then if you feel good enough to do another segment, do another one, but maybe commit to, like, I'm going to do one segment a night. You know, it's like 10 or 15 minutes maybe. And then if you feel good, then you can do 2 or maybe 3. And if you don't, you can just say, okay, I'm going to stop. Right. And so, you know, if you feel that you can do all of it, you could probably do it all in a few hours, you know, without us talking, taking breaks, and, you know, going a little bit quicker through the protocols and things like that. And so that's possible, but you could also just break it down to a segment at a time.
So I'm going, for example, to out of state in 2 weeks to a wedding, lots of family, and it's just loaded with opportunities.
Right.
I want to kind of think about the process. So even if we do part of it, it's still effective?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What would be a couple?
Like, one of the ones that you might want to do being around family is the tarragon, the segment with the tarragon.
Okay.
Very soothing. And when somebody is obnoxious or really emotional towards you,
yeah,
you just pull out your bottle of tarragon and inhale it, and it just makes everything okay. You know, what's that old saying? It's right as rain. Like, it just calms everything down. You know, because, like, when somebody's being obnoxious with you, you know, pushing your buttons, saying something mean, you know, whatever it is, you know, sometimes people, especially family, can be incredibly nice and incredibly mean sometimes.
Yeah, it's not mean to me. I just watch it among others,
Yeah.
and it's really hard for me to see people injure each other or hold tension because I'm getting all this help, but they don't, and I
Right.
feel bad for them, you know? I mean, it's hard for me to see other people not getting the support, so, sorry, my dog. is like-
Use the tarragon just to soothe the trauma. Yeah.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
thank you, thanks.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Someone shared Spacey and having trouble following.
We were just discussing the secrets of life and everything.
This was right after the protocol. I think,
yeah,
so
yeah,
it's just that.
Yeah, request.
Yeah, so you've got these great scrubs.
Uh-huh.
If I was using a scrub, like you have a mugwort scrub there,
Mhm.
would it be more intense if I went through the concentration on the different?
Oh, she's asking like, what if you use a salt scrub to do this? I would still inhale the mugwort and go through and do the pattern, and then you could clean off with the mugwort. So the mugwort salt scrub is cleansing, but it wherever you scrub it's going to open up channels. So a lot of times what you do with the mugwort scrub is clean your arms and legs.
Okay.
You know, that will just flush things out of you. Like
So it would
big
be
time flush
helpful
things.
as you're to scrub them in the order.
No, you just with that, just scrub your arms and legs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have more here, but I just want to make sure everyone.
Is that the case with every one of the salt scrubs?
Depends on what they are, but like a lot of them, you can clean the solar plexus and you can clean the arms and legs, and it will do a lot.
And you're gonna go through that.
I hadn't planned on it, but I can towards the end of the day.
Cleansing would do.
What's
Skip on the salt scrub.
What's that?
I would love a brief, to skip about.
Okay.
The salt scrub.
Yeah, we'll do it towards the end of the day. Yeah.
Getting fade, peaceful and quiet, no expectations. Somebody's feeling more intense and severe, dry and heaving up like revulsion. It's not floating away.
Sounds like you're possibly in fight flight a little bit. Maybe try inhaling some marjoram.
Each experience of abandonment was a significant life transition, ultimately leading to a new and improved me, not appreciated in the moment. The theme song, the starting over, dissolved into the bardos of everyday life. Some made a comment, COVID has also caused us to be by ourselves.
Big time.
Is there an oil? I just want to make sure, guys, I'm asking more specific to this protocol first. Is there a method of application sheet for Splendor? Also, can you share again what's in Splendor? Okay, so Letty just put in what's in Splendor. I'll get that for all of you guys here. But is there a method of application sheet for Splendor? I don't know, other than what. Oh, remember how you did the single oils and this one did the Splendor?
Oh, yeah, I hadn't had time to do the Splendor. Yeah. It's a little bit more complicated because it's a blend and it depends on how you direct it. It sometimes, because we look at it from the point of view of the West, where we look at symptoms and like how to treat, and especially the blends, it depends on how you direct it. It can do very, very different things, and sometimes it can be a little confusing. Even the things with the single oils, I try to leave it kind of in a way that makes sense to your mind, but the oils do way more than what's even listed. The blends are even more complicated, and so I'll try to come up with a way to do that. Part of it is I have to think it out how to do it a little bit. I wanted to give you the single oil so that you could play with them a bit and just use it for reference material. But Splendor is a very, like in a way you could say it's simple, and in the same way you could say it's very, very complicated because it does a lot of different things. In your mind, it wouldn't make sense, you know, but it's because we think very symptom oriented. But it's basically a lot of these things set up a kind of movement in the body, a sort of rhythm in the body. And so I'll come up with a way to verbalize it.
Go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
We can't hear you yet. Sorry. Let's get you unmuted.
There. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay. I have a favor to ask. At some point, and I know you're very busy and traveling, but you have given that list, and you mentioned it earlier, of your go-to oils. And I don't know where that is in my notes after taking many different classes. If sometime in the newsletter, will you put some of that in there for us?
Okay. Yeah, I will.
That's always really good information to have.
Like for like psychological healing and
you know you
sort of
periodically
practices. Yeah,
you just periodically have your favorite oils that you talk about, and I'd love to see what those are again.
Yeah, I would love to. I mean,
Thank you.
I think you guys know a lot of them already because
they're the ones you use frequently.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Just two more questions. What's a good oil/oils for somebody recently divorced?
Recently divorced. Is it sadness? Is it anger? Is it? Give me an idea of what we're doing.
Anger.
What's that?
Anger.
Both sadness, grief, anger, abandonment.
Well, abandonment's the whole week. The sadness, this is going to be a weird thing to say, but there's different kinds of sadness and different levels or degrees of sadness. And so a lot of times for sadness, I use ginger lily.
Okay.
Ginger lily, just by inhaling it, does a kind of a transmutation of sorts. And like when somebody has just passed or something like that, usually I have the family members use ginger lily. You could use that at the end of a breakup or divorce or something like that. Or, it could even be when you retire from a lifelong job. There's a little bit of a grieving period that happens after that. And so you could use the ginger lily. Anger is a little bit more complicated. It's lower emotions. You could just use Gilead by itself, but a lot of times what I have people do is use there's a kit, what do we call it, mind body kit, where it's armor, the blend armor, chamomile complex.
Yeah, I have that one.
Yeah. Do that one, because what you're doing is you're re-educating the immune system, nervous system, endocrine system, and then you're flushing some things out with the last one.
Okay.
Yeah. Like sometimes it takes a little bit, but keep doing it over. Because the hardest one out of them all is the endocrine system. It reacts really slowly, and so you have to keep setting the pattern over and over again for a little bit.
Okay, so if you were to choose one or two oils from this weekend for a recently divorced person, would it be rue and tarragon, or?
What are you trying to treat? Like it's
the abandonment
abandonment's the whole weekend.
The whole week. Okay,
It's
so it's
like
not one or two that. Okay.
Depends on where they're at and what stage they're at. If it's like fresh and they're feeling pretty triggered, I mean, I'd just start at the beginning and work your way through little by little.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there an oil that helps with viewing situations and experiences from a whole brain perspective? You talk about right brain, left brain. Is there an oil that basically does the whole brain perspective?
Whole brain perspective. Yeah. One would be cistus, and then the other one would be lotus. Lotus, cistus and lotus. When you do lotus,
Does it start with an S or a
C?
C?
C, C. The lotus, you would put your awareness on the heart. The cistus, you would put your awareness on the forehead. Actually, the cistus, you could also put your awareness on the brain itself. Lotus on the heart, though. There's different kinds of expansion of consciousness. Using lotus on the heart is a different kind of expansion that you would be used to. And so helps with perspective. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah.
You were saying the mind body to deal with anger. I know there's someone, we've talked about this person before, who's been really jacked around by the ex. And I know she won't do any protocols per se, but she might daub it on.
Yeah, that's fine.
And that would be enough?
Slower, but yeah, it's fine. Yeah. I mean, a lot of normal people aren't going to do.
Because she says she doesn't care.
Yeah, normal people. We're not normal.
I know. She's dead, she's numbing versus not caring.
Yes. Yeah.
And so, and you ever pry that scab of anger off that anger? Oh, entire city's gonna go to the place.
Yeah.
So, but daubing would be enough. Okay.
The issue is that sometimes there's a situation that you're angry about, but the anger could be more deep-seated and long, been there a lot longer, and it's more than just a single situation. I mean, it happens. And so, it just sometimes takes a little while to unwind it. And the thing is anger isn't always psychological. A lot of times anger is a byproduct of the immune system. Immune system and endocrine system, the nervous system can be part of it, but I mean, in Western medicine, they look at severe allergies, for example, especially from what's the stuff anyway? Sulfites. When you have severe allergies to sulfites, the byproduct is, according to Orthodox medicine, bouts of rage and severe anger. Sometimes anger is literally allergies. Yeah.
Sulfites are a lot of things.
Yeah.
And with
Yeah.
that,
I had a client that somebody said sulfites are a lot of things. I had this client that every time they ate dried fruit, they would lose their mind. They would lose their mind. And she was like, I must have had some traumatic event when I was young with dried fruit, and I've been trying to, remember it and everything. And, I was like, okay, that's a little odd, but like, I'll go there, and when she kept talking about it, I realized it's actually the sulfites. I go, let's actually treat you for allergies. And, so we were just targeting that, when she ever ate something with sulfites, they would go away. As we treated the allergies, she said all of a sudden, even in relationships, she was less angry.
So are sulfites added to fruit that's drying?
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's a lot of times how they dry.
Preserve the color and the
Yeah,
shape.
yeah,
Pretty-
yeah.
preserves it.
And it keeps them from looking like, it keeps them bright and like a particular color. Like if you don't add a preservative like that, they look like, dried
Turn
leaves.
brown,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And so the sulfites keep it like looking prettyish. And so,
No, it's
yeah,
great.
The Germans are good about keeping them out of their wine.
yeah, yeah.
Germans are-
So, okay. Mhm.
Pardon me. So if you were allergic to sulfites, the type of anger that you'd be producing would be just like your grumpy kind of in general. But if you had like anger that was like just all of a sudden burst of anger, would that be for sulfites?
It's possible, but it's also possible that you got triggered. Like, it's one of those things where I try to treat them like sometimes both ways. And if like you're not responding to either one of the treatments, be it to the immune system or to the psychological issues, then I treat the other one. Like, so for example, like for that person, we went through and treated, emotional reasons why she would be angry. Wouldn't really respond. But if we treated the immune system, all of a sudden, even situations got better, relationships and things. And so it's just, another big one that causes anger, pain.
Yes.
Pain causes, like if go around a family member that's been in chronic pain for 5 or 10 years.
Yes.
It's not always very comfortable because they're upset, they're agitated, they're a little bit angry. It's not that they're a bad person, they're just the pain wears on them. And then eventually it causes like immune responses. It even starts to affect the nervous system. And so pain produces a traumatic response in the body, but over a prolonged period of time, it actually causes physical pain. And so like if you watch somebody with chronic pain, they'll be a little bit cranky. It's not just that they don't feel good. They haven't felt good for probably years, right? And so I worked with this acupuncturist one time and we were treating chronic pain syndromes. And we would both have to step out of the room sometimes and give pep talks to each other because the people who were coming in for treatment were brutal. I mean, they were just so angry. And we were both like, is it the process? Is it the protocol? And after seeing like 10, 20, 30, 50, it's like, no, it's the situation of being in pain for that long. It didn't matter what we did, how we said it. I mean, sometimes it made it a little bit easier, but they were just always in chronic pain. And especially if they were going off pain meds. We were treating people who were going off morphine. The rebound made it that much more exaggerated. And I mean, these little sweet ladies would come in and I was like afraid of them sometimes. Like I was like, she's so angry. I mean, she's like getting in my face and giving me a left form because she's in pain. And what do you do with that? Like, and so it takes a while to manage that pain. It's not like you can just instantaneously do it. And so pain can be a real big one, both psychological and physical. It can be quite profound. We used to say this thing that, there's pain that hurts and there's pain that changes you. At first it just hurts, but after a while it starts to change you a little bit.
So psychological pain could produce the anger.
Physical and psychological pain are registered almost identically. Like it does not matter. Honestly, it doesn't. So if you're in psychological pain for a period of time, you're going to have a very similar response that if you had, a hip that was bone on bone for 20 years or something. It would be very, very similar. Very, very similar. Yeah. Even that is still tied to the immune system somewhat. Yeah.
So the pain seems like this body has a lot of pain sometimes, but it seems like it's also like it's the abandonment thing still. Like
it can be.
other
Sure.
people don't understand how
Right.
you're feeling.
Right,
they
right,
don't
right.
give you, so nobody can,
Right.
nobody except somebody else in pain can understand it.
Right.
And abandonment by God, like, why is this happening to me?
Mhm.
So I can see it creating.
Yeah,
anger.
you can be abandonment by God or abandonment by a family, like your partner or your friends, or, it could be any version of that. And so, yeah, abandonment happens, like, even though we're doing this, several of you had some sort of incident today, that made you feel a little bit abandonment. It might not have registered, but it registered in your body. Something that happened at the store, something that happened, conversation with a friend, something as you were driving over here, it's something.
The rest.
They are, it is always happening. It is always like a thing. And the thing is you're not going to make it stop, but you can change how you respond.
I have one more.
Mhm.
So I was sitting with my father-in-law.
I have to tease you about it. I had to tease you and just like look away.
I thought you were looking at your comment. It's absolutely beautiful, by the way.
Yeah, it's actually dark.
Is it? It's gorgeous. So I was sitting with my father-in-law and he was talking about getting older. And he said, I wonder why people, when they get older, are so mean. And I said, I think it's because they've been in pain for so long.
Could be.
I think you're right. Right. But he said, I think it's also, and this was him, right? I think it's also that we don't matter anymore. And nobody pays us any attention.
Yeah.
Abandoned.
Yeah.
Like, oh. It's true. And he's so crunchy, and I want to hug him. But I need, he needs it.
Pain is inevitable, suffering is optional.
That's, yeah, because I feel like I've done a fairly good job at ignoring Penny, but maybe I've just been fooling myself.
Like ignoring pain, like how?
12 broken legs, 2 broken backs, I mean, all this broken partsness and just got to keep moving.
Yeah, like that like I see you, like, do you have a tendency to check out a little bit or anything like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you're managing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I better be-
Which is a normal way. I mean, that's how your body deals.
Yeah.
Like if you could just even go out in nature and you watch, you see a rabbit come, bouncing through the yard or something, and then you make a move, it's a prey animal. And so right off the bat, it like maybe stops moving or sprints. But if you watch it, it checks out because it's like biologically it's about to be food. So it's like, I'm out of here. And then you don't do anything. And then it's like, oh, back in my body. Okay, now I'm gonna run again. Right? That's a lot of how our instinctive mind works. Check out or run. Check out or run. Yeah. The rabbit is actually tied to like your instinctive mind or your lower nature. It doesn't think, like if you watch a rabbit, it just starts zigzagging and running. It's not thinking something out, it's just reacting. Or it checks out. So it's symbolized. That is the whole thing about the rabbit hiding the Easter egg at Easter. The egg represents the higher soul. The rabbit is your lower nature hiding your soul from you. And you go out and you hunt for the egg. The egg in alchemical processes is symbolizes the soul. The rabbit symbolizes your lower nature. Like it wasn't like, Sears or Macy's that came up with it for some event. There is an esoteric reason for the rabbit hiding the egg and the kids getting used to doing that. It's a fun little thing, but on a certain level, you're being taught a certain behavior, or at least the imagery is being implanted in the brain. And that they did it on purpose or that it was an accident. If it was an accident, it was guided. But usually something like that is put in motion by somebody who knows something. A lot of the fairy tales were stories about, processes.
Someone asked Greg, is it safe to say, this is going back just previous topic, that food allergies can be based on anger. Is it safe to say that food allergies can be based on anger, in anger?
I'm not quite understanding. That's what you- Like that food allergies can cause anger, or
Yeah.
anger causes the food allergies?
Maybe answer both.
Food allergies can definitely cause anger. That anger causes food allergies. Not so sure about that. Yeah, but the other one, it's very possible.
Can you recommend?
Anger usually produces inflammation.
Can you recommend? Oh, this one was answered. Oil that creates thicker skin.
Cinnamon. Yeah, makes you thick-skinned. Like makes you not as sensitive to the pokes from the outside world. Makes you a little bit more outwardly driven, more more expressive a little bit, but more prone to dynamic activity rather than being introverted. So, okay, so we're going to take a break. We'll come back at 3:35 Central Time, so about 15 minutes or so, and we'll hit the ground running. We're good. So this next segment, you know, we did the Splendor technique right at the beginning, and then we went through and we did the mugwort and helping to get things flowing and getting things to release. We're actually going to do a version again of the Splendor to further deepen the agitation. So what happens sometimes is you go through and you calm down the agitation to be able to release, but then when you go through and release, you feel better, but there's still some things that get agitated because of the release, right? Because of the release. And there is a little bit of a variation where we're going to do some things up on the head first. And this is to help with the expansion of the mental permanent seed, which helps you to break thought patterns, right? Thought patterns breaks down inaccurate opinions, inaccurate concepts, ideas, helps to break it down, right? And so with that, you're going to go back to the Splendor.
And if they had to use the substitute.
Yeah, use the same substitute. Yeah, same substitute. And you're going to begin inhaling now with your awareness on your throat. Long, slow, deep breath with your awareness on the throat. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your throat. Move your awareness to the bottom of the throat minor. your back throat. Go to your jaws where they hinge in front of the ears. The temples. Your back head opposite your eyebrows. The back side of your head. In your forehead where the hairline is. Just be still. Be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your throat. The bottom of your throat, the throat minor. The back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your awareness is on your jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. The temples. The back head. The forehead, where the hairline is. Just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Inhale, your awareness is on the brain. Taking long, slow, deep breaths, your awareness is on the brain. Just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the brain. Just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your brain. Be still, be aware, just let it go. One more time. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the brain. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head at the same time. Your hairline and the back of your head at the same time. Your front heart.
Just be still, be aware, just completely let go. Just completely let go. Begin inhaling your awareness forehead and back head at the same time. Move your awareness to the front heart. Just be still, be aware. Now, hold the oil up to your chest, your chin down, and do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths where you move your head up, exhale, hold your breath again, down, inhale, hold your breath, up, do 8 or 9.
Just be still, be aware. Okay, oil up to the chest, chin down, another 8 or 9 of the breaths. And then just be still. Begin inhaling, your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Bottom of the tailbone. Yeah. Move your awareness to the spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. Your low back, opposite the navel, the Ming Men. and the crown. Just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. Your spleen on the left-hand side below the ribs. Your low back area opposite the navel, your main bend. and the crown. Just be still, be aware. Some long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your temples. Just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Again, inhale. Your awareness is on the temples. Just be still. Okay, move around. How do you feel? Okay, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we're going to come back, and we're actually going to hit the ground running. We have one long protocol left. So we'll come back at 20 till the hour, so 15 minutes. One more segment to do, whatever it is. Okay, so we've gone through and we've done our little dance through the different segments, and now we come upon segment 8 with helichrysm, and this is to flesh out whatever trauma is left over that hasn't been fleshed out at this point. Say goodbye to it.
Oh, goody.
So, of course, sometimes we have to do this several times, but this is the process of leftover trauma and then moving past the traumatic events. Sometimes what happens, we get stuck in the situation like how we were talking about before, like where there's a little piece of you stuck in that situation. By the time we go back through and we do all these things, you really have opened up the pipes for you to resolve these things on a much deeper level. But sometimes there's still a little trauma left. And sometimes, even though you might have cleared the trauma, you're still having a hard time moving past the traumatic event, right? And, it could be that you're just feeling a little vulnerable. You could feel a little wounded. You could feel, hard to say. For me, like looking back, like when I was really going deep on this, I wouldn't say wounded. The word that I always kind of came to mind was insecure. Like I would feel really insecure about things. It wasn't everywhere, but I'd get in certain situations and all of a sudden my confidence would just go out the window, right? And so this is the place where we go through and clear that. And so helichrysm works really well for this. The other choice that works really good for this, but it's expensive, is poplar. Poplar balsam would work really good for this, but helichrysm is a solid choice and is significantly less expensive.
Spray.
You could use the poplar balsam spray to kind of spray down, or spray it in your hand and then inhale it and follow the pattern. You could do it that way. Yeah.
Do we use a spray?
Yeah. I think we're all good.
I'll let you know.
Okay, so with that, we're going to go through and start clearing. So the first pattern that we're doing is actually tied to the respiratory tract.
And part of the issue with the respiratory tract, it's one of the best ways to access the unconscious. And a lot of these things, they're not in your conscious mind. They're completely unconscious. And so, even when we're going through and doing some of the other patterns, and there's that one pattern where it's like basic, spleen, Mingmen, crown, right? So what's happening when you do that is you're releasing unconscious desires by going through and working that particular pattern. Like different oils do different things within that pattern, but desires aren't always for something good. Like sometimes the desires that come up after abandonment could be self-sabotage, could be all kinds of things, right? And so we've really tried to clean things out the best that we can, but still sometimes there's a little bit of trauma left over. And so even if there's not, this still feels really good and it's really super relaxing. So one way or another, you should feel a bit better after this. So we're going to begin inhaling. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. Taking long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the temples. Your throat. Your awareness is on your throat. Your throat minor, the bottom part of your throat. Your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. The cheeks, the cheek minors, right under the cheekbones, bottom of the cheekbones. The jaws where they hinge in front of the ears.
The ear minors, the holes in your ears. Back heart. The lungs. The front solar. And the back solar, the mid back area. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just be still, be aware. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is between the eyebrows.
The temples. The throat. Your awareness is on the throat. The bottom of your throat. The throat mine. The back throat. The middle of the back of your neck. Your cheeks, the bottom of the cheekbones. The jaws where they hinge in front of the ears. The ear minders, the holes in your ears. The back heart. The lungs. The front solar.
And the back solar. The middle of your back. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Begin inhaling, your awareness is on the back head. Your forehead, where the hairline is. The back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. The front heart. Be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the back head. Your awareness is on the forehead. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your heart. Your navel. And crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is in your heart. Your navel. Your crown. Just let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. Just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the brain. Just let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head at the same time. Move your awareness to the front heart. And just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head again. Your front heart. Your awareness is on your front heart. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Put the oil to your chest, your chin down, and do 8 or 9 of the materialization breath where you go down, inhale, hold, up, exhale. And when you're done, just be still, be aware. Just be still. Put the oil to your chest and do 8 or 9 more of the materialization breath. When you're done, just be still. Just be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Move your awareness to the spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. The Ming Men, which is your low back area opposite the navel. And your crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. The spleen, left hand side below the ribs. The low back, opposite the navel. And the crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Just be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is simply on your temples. Just let go. Let go of it. Let go of the inhalation, just let go. Inhale again. Your awareness is simply on your temples. Just let it go. Let everything go. You can sit everything down. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Let go of everything, just let go.